hello, gaming. We're here. We're gaming. Welcome to the stream. Do 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 do. Okay, let's do this. I don't know what this is, but I'll see what it is. Olamar's Shipwreck Tale. Days left 15 of the Sun-Speckled Terrace. You must gather 30 ship parts within 15 days' time. Olamar's Fate. So is it just... I don't know. I don't know if I want to do this. Ads begin soon. Yes. Hey Bree, welcome in. I was looking at this. I don't have any Pikmin. I have 10 Pikmin. So we're playing as Olimar. It seems like it's just an extra thing. Just for people who are fans of Pikmin 1. I'm not terribly interested in it. I might go see what the other stuff is. My goal is to get the true ending, where we save Louis and Moss, the dog. Well, how you doing? Yeah, I don't want to do this. It seems like mostly the same, because it's really just rehashing the same areas that we've already been to. I'll end this. Is that an acronym, or did you misspell something? Oh, wait, I want to leave this. Rewind and retry. I want to get out of here. Playing Pikmin 4. I just want to play this because I won't have the Switch when I move to the Philippines. Because my roommate wants to buy it off of me, which will help me a lot, having the extra cash. It's a pretty nice day today. It's been pretty cold lately. Whenever you want to hear my story, come see me. No, I'm okay. Let's go to the new area. And we have to find Louis. Giant's Hearth. 55 treasures, 8 rescues. That's like 4 dungeons, 4 or 5. I don't know if I've ever seen this area. I might have. I think I watched a VTuber play through this game once, but I don't remember at all. This is ball bears. This is like a campground. Ads are starting soon, in 1 minute. There's Louis. That really? And what's he doing with Moss? You know that guy? I don't recognize him. It's Louis. He's a coworker of mine at Hockatate. It's a Cupite. That's from Pikmin 3. That guy's from Pikmin 3. Hello.
Look Camel. 아니.
I might mainline beating Louis, and we have so many Pikmin, but we can only take 3 types. I might mainline beating Louis, and then switch to playing the Bazaar or something. Ads have begun. A daisy.
뭐.
Wonder what dungeon Louis is in. Maybe up here? Maybe up there. I'm gonna look it up. Primordial Thicket? Oh, there's a whole nother area. There's 6 areas. That's crazy. Oh shit. Where are they? There's 6 areas. I need crystal pigment for that. There's Louis, but now I know that this is not the end. There's an Emperor Bulbax over there. That was bad. We just lost everybody. And there's a rock Pikmin onion over here. How was I supposed to beat this guy? Maybe throwing ice Pikmin at him? Oh well. I'm not gonna reset. I'm kinda done with this game. If I'm being honest.
Come on.
I'm gonna play the Bazaar. At least I went live today. You don't have to end stream, but I just don't want to play Pikmin. Oh, that was... Okay, let's turn that off. Okay. Play the bazaar. At least one run. I always go income. So small items.
Portions, the finer the meal. You want to buy that? I mean, excellent choice. I think that suits you beautifully. Remember, diamonds come in small boxes. Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
I'm not that good at this game actually, but it's fun. I haven't really, because I don't really go for like super meta stuff, if I were to even know the meta, but I can't get more than 6 wins. I do the ranks daily every day, but I don't really have that much
We barely got our flags up.
luck. I'll try to go for like a mantis shrimp build. Sells non-weapons. I have 10 gold. I don't really need stuff. Just get the 4 gold. Upgrade a bronze item. Sells ammo items. I'll upgrade that. Did that upgrade the haste? Yeah.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this
Joni Def Jan. Atlatl. And Lumbors. At least we're gaining crit chance. That's our only source of scaling. But he's gonna kill us in like 2 hits.
Now that was invigorating.
Yep. Also, we have new emotes and we have new redeems. There's plenty of follower emotes, so you don't need to subscribe to use them. Get a haste item. Fungal Ruins is regen, isn't it? 3 regen? 3 regen or a small 2. Hi, Mitchell. Check out the new channel point redeem and the new emotes. Welcome in. Not for long kind of EP. Get your daily check-in. Get your daily check-in. Thanks for being here, though.
Good food feeds body. Now that's a healthy healthy diet.
Is it a monster fight? Oh, it's broken. Wait, it didn't work. It checked in 0 times. Can I add check-in Mitsuo? Mitsuo received ARG2 text check-in. I think I gave it to you. Exit to main menu. Play. I have to reset it. Kate thinking. True. So this is bad. We didn't get enough items to actually beat the Warrior. I was playing Pikmin 4, but I don't want to play anymore. I feel satisfied with how much I played it. I gave it a chance because, you know, everybody says it's great, but I don't like it as much as the original Pikmin, or Pikmin 2 even. Even in Pikmin 2 I didn't really like. Pikmin 1 was just like really good. It felt more like a puzzle game.
Waste of gunpowder.
Waste of gunpowder. Shield 15 for each aquatic item you have. We have a friend, so we get the XP. Sells aquatic items. We need mantis shrimp, and then we need shot glasses. We need dock lines.
I have so much new stuff to show you. I hope you use that to defeat the Tyrant King.
To defeat the Tyrant King.
You're the only air breather I like.
We do need Clamora. Mantis shrimp? Nope. Can get this. Maybe we'll have to find Old Salt Claw instead. Which means we'd have to have a vehicle. A vehicle or a large item. It doesn't really work with Mantis shrimp. It does work with Old Salt Claw.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
So I'm not playing Dooley anymore, dude. They hate Dooley. This used to be a 10-second item, then they changed it to a 15-second item, and it was the only item Dooley really had. So now Dooley doesn't have any items to play for most of the game. Like, you can transition into a Dualtron, which is like a large power drill. We won, by the way.
Ride that tide!
Runs to your weapon, runs to your loot. But like for the majority of the game, you're kind of just left floundering unless you start with a shield core and go shield items. Which in this meta where it's like heavy weapons. Yeah, it's a win. Wahaha. Sells medium items. What do we need? We need small items. For one. I'll upgrade my my Clamora.
They don't make these like they used to.
That's one win out of... If we get to 7 wins, I'll consider it a win. So we can't skip Mountain Pass because Mountain Pass is too good. Even with whatever they did to it. They keep trying to make Mountain Pass not worth it, but everybody picks it anyway. Because you get a chance to fight a monster. And this is like 3 XP when you could like not get XP at all. Okay, this is a Hexa. He counters me. She counters me because he turns all my items into viruses. When you poison yourself, poison 4. Why did all the poison go way
Your
up?
hardware is outdated. Upload
I forgot that you
software
can't
and
kill a Hexa. When you use an adjacent item, when you poison yourself. But why did my poison go like way up? I don't know. Virus. Oh, poison yourself too for each virus on your board. That was just bad luck. We didn't get a good draw.
I'm faster than lightning.
We should be able to beat Eccentric at the right. Let me look at this command while I let the battle run. Okay, currency. Max amount. It's because the max amount is 0. Let me make the max amount like 2 million. I definitely changed that yesterday, but I don't know. It didn't save it.
Power outage.
Still didn't work. We got the worst drop. Shield 12. Am I gonna keep these shield items? I don't know, I might keep this one. The pearl. Sell small items, we need shot glasses, we need mantis shrimp.
Haggling.
And he used another weapon, this deals double crit damage. It's not what I want. There's mantis shrimp. We have a good amount of small items. This is obviously gonna get sold. We could use... We want holsters, we want shot glasses. What other slow items are there? There's like weapons that's slow.
Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
Transform, sells small and large items. This freezes, not what I want. Adding burn is kind of nice, but it's not aquatic. I'll pick it up. Okay, dive weights is kind of cool. Bolus slows. The reason this is good is because every time you slow, it gains 4 burn. 4 burn is a lot. For each adjacent aquatic item, this has multicast equal to its ammo. I feel like dive weights is just good. Sell me, sell me. Add crit to this. Camera, seaweed's not that great. Burn when you burn. This one has a 6-second cooldown, but it's a weapon, so I can keep it. This one's losing efficacy. This one's also losing efficacy, but it has extra shield on it. Zorcid should haste the Clamora. It should haste the Clamora. And it should haste the lighter. And perhaps the dive weights will haste. I'm not sure about the dive weights right now. It can haste the mantis shrimp, it's fine. I feel like the dive weights aren't doing anything right now, actually. Just add another weapon. What is this? Leftmost weapon. When you haste or slow, this gains 5 shield. It gave me Mr. Richardson. I don't really think shield's that valuable, but it could be better than this. Teacher's bronze, upgrade of bronze. No bronze really needs to be upgraded.
Yeah, you're probably too skilled for my humble abilities.
5 or fewer, rightmost shield, rightmost burn. I really would like strength, which gives weapon damage,
I'm getting better.
but that's fine. You never re-roll the weapons if you think you never re-roll the weapons if you got something decent in the first roll. Use another aquatic. This is at 90. That's pretty good. That's fine. I'll just go with that. But it's a max, so he's probably going to be doing poison. Maybe shield's not as valuable.
If you knew my true purpose, you would stand aside.
Do 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 do.
Please, share with me your secrets.
Oh, we actually won. I'm looking at something. Don't look at my files. Check in data. Okay, it says Michuo has 1 check-in. Okay. We actually won? Did we? This did 65 and 14 burn, but this did 30 burn. Because it went off 5 times. That's crazy. The lighter carried. Let's see next time you use it, yeah. Well, this mix it up thing, it's kind of like a... It's kind of like a... Like you're supposed to program it. And I'm not really a programmer type. Work at the docks. Ammo items. What do we need from ammo items? We need shot glasses. Okay, I'll upgrade the bolus. I might pick up pop snappers. Goodbye.
Put a few rounds in a dervish for me, will ya?
Put a few rounds in a dervish for you. Okay, captain's quarters is large. Reload the ammo item to the right is okay. I'd rather have something else. I'd rather just pick up a ammo skill eventually. You never skip Finn's big bite.
You unstoppable. No leftovers. My kind of eater. Hey.
My build's okay.
Transform this world. Your streets will be our rivers.
All we need is shot glasses and this build will really go.
The Deep King will be pleased.
We barely lost. He was like 1 tick away from dying, almost. That's fine. We could use some HP though, that's for sure. Sell small items, and you're gonna give me shot glasses. Chasing items have +1 ammo is okay.
You're a smart one.
Because we don't have any other ammo abilities. There are shot glasses. Also take grappling hook. Sell me, sell me, sell me. Take grappling hook. Now our build will be fully online. This and this. Shot glasses needs the extra ammo. Mantis shrimp may not get to go off unless we charge it with dive weights, which we would also put haste on Pop Snappers. We would remove Mr. Richardson and we would add Grappling Hook. Okay, maybe instead of hasting Pop Snappers, we haste this, and this also needs to go to the right. The lighter needs to be on the right. But this is a slow weapon. That seems okay to me. Now, when you haste or slow, this gains 5 damage, is kinda sick. Kinda ruins the synergy a little. But we're going all into Mantis Shrimp. I don't know. When you haste or slow, because when I watched Kripparrian do the Mantis Shrimp build, he didn't use Old Salt Claw and he didn't use Mr. Richardson because they only gain 5 per proc. Now, we could forego Pop Snappers. We could forego this. And we could put in Mr. Richardson and Old Salt Claw. And that actually solves maybe a little survivability problem for us because we have the shield. I'm kind of interested in doing that, yeah.
More raids, more bounty.
Although Lighters is going off like really well.
You wanna buy that? I mean, excellent choice.
So now we need like a haste boots for this. This isn't an aquatic item. Old Salt Claw over there. We don't have any cash. I'll just pick up this. I don't know if this is gonna do. We'll see how it does, and if it doesn't work, we'll take out Old Salt Claw and Mr. Richard. Talking about PoE because of Kripparrian. No, if you've been following Kripparrian, he's been playing nothing but the Bazaar for like 6 months now, and it's awful because I really enjoy watching him play Path of Exile, but he only plays the Bazaar. Shield, let's go. We lived. Okay, Mr. Richardson kind of goated. It's kind of goated. Let's see. See, because we have all small items, the shot glass is shielded, slowed, and hasted 27 times each. That's the main crux of this build. And then Mantis Shrimp just has insane scaling. He is playing Hearthstone. Yeah, that's kind of like the natural progression of how it is. Hearthstone kind of sucks now, so he plays the Bazaar. Look at the dog, sells non-weapon items. You don't understand what's going on in the Bazaar at all. Yeah. It's just like, consider it like Super Auto Pets, except you get a maximum of 10 pets. And all the pets do different things. The reason it's hard to follow is because you have to read each card. Like, for each adjacent aquatic item, reduce this item's cooldown by 1 second. This has plus multi-cast equal to its ammo, you know? It's kind of DAE. DAE. Feels like a different backpack battles. Actually, Kriparian told me, well, he didn't tell me. I heard on Kriparian's stream that the person who made Backpack Battles had an early access alpha copy of the Bazaar, and that's how they got the idea for Backpack Battles. And then they just stole the idea and made Backpack Battles before the Bazaar released. That's what Kriparian was saying. I don't know if it's true. Sells non-weapon items. We don't have much cash. How many non-weapon items do we have? We have a fair amount.
Discounts for peace.
Nah. Holsters. Holsters can go.
Use that for the good of all.
Do we get rid of lighter? Perhaps?
Now this is how you win a war.
Ooh, when you crit, your weapons gain damage, but we have, unfortunately, I always go for crit because I want improvised weaponry, but I never get the improvised weaponry, but now we got it, which is kind of BS. Your weapons have crit. Backpack Hero came out after Backpack Battles. I'm pretty sure. First time you crit, freeze one item. We have like 0% crit. We have no crit. Can't believe it's day 5 and I have 2 skills. I need to sell this. Weapons have +1 damage. First time you use an item, haste 1 burn item. Backpack Hero came out first on itch. Weapons have +1 damage. Lifting, it's day 5. I feel like lifting's too late. Plus I don't have much cash. I'll just haste 1 burn item. Create a bronze item, we don't need any. Shield items. We could get like +1 value on this pop snappers. Unless we get something good in the shield shop, I guess we can check it out. Reload ammo items. No. No armor.
Trash Town is the future.
Okay. Although holsters kinda makes it so that we have 1 less item for shot glasses to hit. So I'm not a fan of that.
Security. Security.
It is haste all small items, all my items. Ooh, the first time you fall below half health, slow all enemy items for 3 seconds. That's kinda good. Does this have a cooldown? Yes, it has a cooldown. It says 6 seconds. August 2022. Early access of Backpack Hero came out. Backpack Battles March 2024. No, that's when Backpack Battles came out of early access. Backpack Battles must be older than March 2024. I think so. So the pepper spray is pretty good for this build. I feel like I don't like holsters because we already have incendiary rounds taking up a slot. Sells tools, weapon tool. It's quite possible we remove something else to fit holsters in. Quite possible. Because these are like slow one item every second, 7 seconds. It's not that good. Oh yeah, I do. Now that you have looked it up, I feel like I do remember Backpack Hero being pretty old.
Hey, try this pepper. It hurts so much.
Do 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 do.
The infernal realm.
Pretty
is
good.
horrible. Don't make me go back there.
Preach adjacent food? No, no, no.
Rally, men! Blades to the wind!
June 2023. Yeah, if Backpack Hero is all the way back in 2022, then yeah. I don't know how old the Bazaar is because I don't know when the alpha, the early access pre-alpha began. Let me put it on Mantis Shrimp. Get some cooldown reduction.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms. Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
It's more likely that Reynad, the developer of the Bazaar, has more of a ego to him and wants to take credit for the idea.
You fall like a boulder.
We died because they had poison. Sea Shadow's just kind of goated, though. Do 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 do. Poison is just kind of strong because it bypasses shields. Person who made Backpack Battles got inspired by all three. Yeah. We'll never know though, unless they come out with a... What would that even be called? Unless they interview the developer and be like, where did you get the inspiration? Now available on Polygon and IGN. See, the build's pretty strong. The thing is, pepper spray's not actually going off
Skirmish?
because we kill them so fast.
Tyrant's whole kingdom!
Let's take the tyrant's whole kingdom. What happens if you upgrade shot glasses? It gets more ammo?
The fire softens or strengthens.
Anyway, we're gonna upgrade that. Can we beat the Lich? It's poison. It's poison. But at least pepper spray will go off. Try it out.
But not like this.
This could give us 7 wins in of itself, just winning against the Lich. We really need more HP, man. We have no HP. If this went off, it would have gone crazy. We have 1300 HP. That's so little HP. Ay, ay, ay. Here's slow and cooldown items. I'm so fast, I start living in your future. Multicast for each friend you have. Haste 1 item. Oh, it's only haste 1 item. It's the worst. It's worse. How is that good? Oh, because it doesn't slow your own items. It's okay. I think it's kind of dog. Sure, I'll upgrade these two. Not what I wanted to upgrade. Do I perhaps get rid of Mr. Richardson for holsters? No, surely not. Do, 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 do.
Master craftsman. Mate.
You kind of just check this guy because he can have enchanted stuff. Double shield. It's kind of dog. It goes off every 2 seconds, sure. It doesn't do anything for us. Shielded. Shield equal to this item's damage.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Do do. My people believe in peace. Booby trap. Get him.
I could see you're going places.
245 burn. It just takes 16, 17 seconds to go off. But it gets hasted. It gets hasted. That's 4 wins. We got our 4-win minimum. Sells items. Might as well just look at sells items.
Crazy place, right?
Dock lines is not what I want. Even though it slows, it goes up to like slows 4 items, but it's medium, I don't want it. Mountain Pass. We're only level 7 on day 7, so we are behind on levels. And levels are like king. Levels give you HP.
Full sail, my boys!
I need ammo skills, please. So I can get rid of incendiary rounds. Your items have +1 max ammo.
Students have not returned.
Okay, I'm getting rid of incendiary rounds. And what am I placing in? Holsters. Holsters. Ghost pepper.
Get those sweetest flowers! Come get your spies!
This guy reminds me of the guy from Disco Elysium. The guy who's like, his eyes are full of light and he's like a raver. You remember? I don't know if you were there. But like, he looks like that guy. A variety of ways to enhance your offensive items, Saya. Sells weapons. Get a small tool. Sure, why not? Double the offered items. Gains +2 burn. Get a haste item, get chocolate bars. No, we need Curio because he can drop hasted boots. Sell me, sell me, sell me. Off to Eep. Okay, have a good night. Thank you for being here.
Sitting there 20 years.
Take it easy. Reduce your items cooldowns. Haste boots, haste boots, haste boots, no haste boots.
Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar. Warms my rusty circuits to
See that, Vandal?
At least we got a little HP out of that.
Ride that tide!
Get a silver tier weapon, get a silver tier loot item. Most weapon.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
When we are finished, may I dissect you for study?
Okay, Mac is always kind of crazy. Poison 29 every time you use a weapon. Are you insane? And his weapons also gain damage equal to the poison on the enemy. That's not balanced, brother. That's not balanced. Did you see that? Ay ay ay. Get a slow item. Docklines, gold, docklines. Small items.
Come on then, let's get this over. Happy to exploit.
Happy to exploit you. I mean help you.
Bargain, that's how it's done.
You see that bargain? Okay. We leveled up dock lines and dive weights. I don't really like this game because it really is like how do you say, it's like there's a meta. There's always a meta. You can't play whatever you want to play. There's always a meta. First 5 times you slow charge 1 burn. Let's go. Great skill. You can't just play whatever you feel like and sounds good. Everything's always like specifically these items are powerful. Specifically you have to play this way. And every time they patch the game, they don't balance it. They don't make things have equal weight. They don't do that. They just pass the overpowered stick from item to item. Enchant an item with crit effects. Let me look it up. Holsters, how bizarre. What does holsters do with crit? Your small items have plus 25% crit chance. It's pretty good, but really only 5 of our items have the ability to crit, or 6. It's pretty good, right? It's possible it does something for us. Holsters or Vanessa's thighs. That's what this item is. Those gold tier items. Is there a gold tier? There could be a gold tier item that, or at least we have items that could get replaced because they're so slow. Ooh, mantis shrimp, diamond. Let's go. Where's that extra crit chance coming from? Oh, probably from selling items.
You should know, I'm a bit
It's another Mac. It's probably a poppy field Mac. Staff of the Moose. First time you fall below half health each fight, you take no damage for 1.5 seconds. And gain 50 regen. Your weapons have damage equal to your regen. We win. We win. Let's go. Five wins. Can we get 2 more wins? 2 more wins. Sells medium and large items. Ooh, a second shot glasses? Okay, baby. Now we're cooking. Get out of here. Get into here. Now we're cooking. Here's 2 burn items. That's crazy. We just got what we needed to like actually win the game.
You speak very fast. I will need some time to translate. Science, magic, all is thought churning slowly.
Size dilutes the brain. Mine is highly concentrated. Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
Gaming. The double shot glasses is really good.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabonians.
Freezing drum. Obsidian, Regal Blade. As long as the Regal Blade doesn't go off, let's go. Let's freaking go. Who did that? Old Saltclaw did that? Let's go. Let's go, Old Saltclaw. Give me haste boots. Haste boots.
Close your eyes and grab something. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything. That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you.
No haste boots.
Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar. Hooey! Now that's a bargain. Warms my rusty circuits to see that find a home.
It was decent. It was a decent haul, but it wasn't haste boots. 10 coins for XP. We need XP. We're behind in XP.
They build.
Okay, we can beat Lord Arkin.
Is this creature challenging me?
Why is he not taking any damage? Oh. What is this? Vitality potion?
Who are you?
I never seen that before. This is a new item on Lord Arkin. Vitality potion. First, charge 1 item. Let's go. Flurry of Blows is goated. 10 gold. Ad break starting soon. Get 12 regen. Scrap plus shield. Gumballs are okay. Gumballs are okay. I don't have much gold, so I'm gonna get the scrap. Diamonds, Vanessa.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms. We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
Okay, that's pretty good. Poison lighthouse. Shielded seaweed. Wait, it does so much slow. Where's his mantis shrimp?
Boys, less
If he had a mantis
blood,
shrimp
more
on this team, I
blood.
think he would have won, but actually having the toxic lighthouse, it poisoned 418 and burned 380. That's pretty good still. It's pretty good. Oh, he also had a slowing heavy pearl. That's a pretty good build, but we won. Let's go.
Full sail, my boy.
Upgrade an item.
You had a chance at Damascus steel.
What happens if you upgrade shot glasses again? It just goes to another ammo. It's not that good. Maybe holsters? History of small items for another second is kind of good. Ads are starting.
Tightened, tempered, oiled, and tubed. The smaller the portions, the finer the meal. Tell everyone you got it here.
Those ribbons in your hair look like seaweed. So cute. I'm sure you'll still win, even without my treasures.
Let's go.
See that plank?
Oh, we did get 7 wins, by the way. We are at 7 wins. Shield items heavy. Wow. Okay. Teaches burn skills, teaches weapon skills, teaches diamond tier skills. Weapon skills? No. What do you have for diamond skills? Exactly 1 weapon. When you use an ammo item, burn 4. When you use an ammo item, burn 4 is kind of good.
I doubted a non-Sphinxian could learn that. Impressive.
Chocolate bars are so bad.
Life is risk. The bazaar is more than a city. It is their plaything.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Think we have a good chance of winning this.
You are dust. I will remain.
Okay, we're losing.
There is always a price for knowledge.
Okay, we lost, but we still have 1 life left. And we can finally get our 2nd enchantment. Enchant an item with burn effects is kind of goated. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of goated. Now, do we put double burn on the mantis shrimp, or do we put burn on old salt claw? It gains 8 burn per BS. Just put it on the mantis shrimp because it's way better.
Ships may sink, but I'm a good swimmer.
Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-ba-ba.
Now this is how you win a war.
Plus ammo is goaded. Now what do we put this on? Shot glasses. We have so many items that we will defeat you.
Pathetic, as spineless as a jellyfish.
Let's go. Rightmost burn is +4 burn. Haste 2 burn items. Excuse me. Bazaar Khan. Gain 2 XP.
Rally men, blades to the wind.
Upgrade an item. Teaches gold tier skills.
Well, good luck then. Temper, sharpen, reinforce. We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
My dreams are too big for you to steal. Well,
1,000 burn. Let's go. 8 wins. Chant an item.
Are so dull. Let all things can become beautiful. That is
Oh, it became a slowing. That's nice. That's nice. Sells gold tier items. Transform your items into something new. Get a friend.
it's not overpriced.
Diamonds. Diamonds, Mr. Richardson. So one item for 5 seconds is kind of crazy. We beat Void Titan, we can beat Void Colossus. Nice crit.
Was that even a battle? Maybe a skirmish.
Burn items have +5 burn.
Pirate's whole kingdom!
Oh, crit.
But which is more cruel? But that's
Leftmost item has 32% crit. When you slow, your items gain 2% crit chance is great.
use it wisely.
Sells non-weapon items.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains. You're
Nope.
not ready to accept the light, and that's okay.
Prepare to be peer reviewed.
I don't know if you can hear that, but my cat's like messing with some stuff. A paper bag.
I mixed the sulfur with the copper resin.
Yeah, they're already at 70-80% crit chance after that. Level 16. I should win against them, but they do have 9
You should
wins.
know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago. Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
8,000 HP, 8,600. Double shot glasses, dive weights. That's kind of crazy. They have Mantis and shielded thing. I think we win. Let's go.
You should put it toward nobler use.
It's because we have Mr. Richardson. He shielded for 3,000.
Full sail, my boys.
Ooh, baby.
How do you hugelings use these things? Buy from Bar
Finally, old Saltclaw levels up.
cares about this. On behalf of the Grand Society of blah blah blah. Bye!
Lord Arkin again.
I have many enemies. Now I have one.
Ooh, strength. Diamond strength. Let's just get the HP.
Ride that tide.
Enchant an item with haste effects. That's perfect. Double the haste. Actually, I don't think we need that anymore, do we? Oh well.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it. I think
It's something I was looking for earlier, doubling the haste on the shot glasses, but I don't think it's... I think we've got 100% haste uptime with the diamond holsters.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
I have faced 82 foes exactly like you. People are a pattern. I take no apprentice.
What the hell was that?
None have proven worthy.
Hold on, what was that? Okay. Turbo Peace Rod on a 1.7 second cooldown. Gain 232 regen, haste 2 items. Okay, and how did it get to this point? When you visit a merchant, permanently destroy the item to the left to increase this item's regen by its value, then get a chunk of lead. Turbo Library. All weapons cooldowns are increased by 2 seconds. Your non-weapon items cooldowns are decreased by 2 seconds. Okay. When you use an adjacent item, charge the other adjacent item for 2 seconds. Gain 75 max health. When you haste or slow, charge this. Adjacent items have their cooldowns reduced. Poison equal to your regen. And he had 9... He was regenning for more than my HP per second. So every second he was gaining my HP. And how much HP did he have? And how was he doing damage? Oh, it was this. Poison equal to your regen. It just poisoned me for the exact amount of HP that I had, basically. That's why you don't get more than 7 wins in this game. I did get 9 wins, which is really good. That's 2 chests. I'm still bronze. Okay, I'm gonna take a break, and then I don't know what we're gonna do next, but we'll still be live. It's crazy that the seasons only last 1 month. And for one, you have to pay for ranked tickets. And for two, to rank up, you need to play like 20 games. And since the Battle Pass came out, I've only gained 20 tickets total. So to actually rank up in a season, you gotta play a lot. I'm going to take a break. Okay. Turn that off and turn on the break. Okay. I'll be back. Actually, I also need to eat something, so I'm gonna get some food. Okay, I fixed it. That's what I was doing. I was here the whole time, but I fixed it. I fixed this thing. It's because I had the thing before the other thing. Also, I forgot to stop the recording. That's gonna be really bad. I'll just stop the recording and then start it when we play Planet Crafter. Okay. Close that, open up Planet Crafter. Of course I need a Windows update. So we did make some good progress last time, and we got some more progress to make. See what we got. %5 to amphibians. Last time we were here, we were trying to get bees. Also, we set up the drone station. Rocket engine circuit board iron. Let's make a few of these. Supply inventories, demand inventories. Let's make these supply, maybe. How should we set this up? Pulsar quartz, maybe? I really wish we had T3 lockers, but if they're not gonna give it to us, we need to set it up like it is. There's a lot of work. My stuff will finally be organized. Hello YouTube, we're playing Planet Crafter. How you doing? I've been live for a little bit, but we basically just played the bazaar. Then I need to grab everything and bring it up. I don't really need these dolomites. And we don't need the other one, the whatever it's called. So I might start. Well, let me keep trying to do this. Was there an asteroid, by the way? I didn't notice. Well, these will no longer be supply inventories once everything's sorted. They will also be demand inventories. Excuse me. Can I not set those to be gathered? I guess not. I'm back. Oh, they changed it so you can have both a demand and a supply. I didn't realize. Do they have spacesuits? No. What was I gonna demand? I forget. Oh yeah, these things. I have 6 of them. I have 7 of them. There's 7 of them. Okay. Now there's like space for more food. There's space for more algae. Oh no, that was supposed to go in there. Demand, what do you want to demand, Dolomite? That's pretty good. Let me see how much iron we have, see if we can make more boxes. We have no iron. Plus 5 of those and 4 of those. Not perfect yet, but we did a lot. Oxygen needs to go to 87. So we can get fish eggs. Let's make a couple more drones. Yeah, they just haven't gotten to everything yet. There's not enough drones. No, this is the time where we can go exploring. We'll hit the oxygen soon. It would be nice to have more oxygen. Two T2 fertilizers, bark. But then we need a tree seed. What trees do we already have? It's only these big ones. We have Amora. Looks like there's one over here. Amora, Linfolia, and obviously that one. Ideally, we have one of each tree, so that they spread across the planet. We have Amora, Linfolia, Aliatus, and Soleus. We need Sternia, Elegia, Humalora, and Shriox. Shriox, Elegia, Humalora, Sternias. We need a Nulna, we need a Tuska, we need an Orema, and we need a T2 Mutagen. Okay, I already forgot. We need Nulna, Tuska, Orema. Where did I put plants? Nulna, Tuska, Orema? We don't have an Orema. Not from what I can see here, maybe upstairs. And then we need 6 of these. 4, 6, 3, 3, 3. More tree bark. Bacteria, Tiki-2, and zeolite. lot of plants. It's not as much. I think it's mostly oxygen. And oxygen's like almost done completely. Plants is done completely. So we really don't need trees at all except to make the planet look prettier. Let's see, could we start making products to sell? Valuable items. If we could collect algae, we could make bacteria. I think they may be collecting the algae, I'm not sure. I'd rather put the trees up here. Yeah, they are gathering the algae. That's good. Now that gives us some credits per hour. Because these are worth 6 each. Still need a lot. The only thing I really need here is T2 lockers and T2 drones. And they're both expensive. Oxygen's about to get there. We bioplastic nuggets and silk. Oh, we gotta make silk. Uncommon larva, bacteria, and fertilizer. You can get crazy stuff from that. Get fertilizer and mutagen. Fertilizer bacteria. They grabbed it. Need fertilizer. Fertilizer, I barely... What? I could like grow more species of trees around. This water must be clean AF. There's no pollutants. There's not even fish or animals. It's just pure water from the atmosphere. I need zeolite. Can I make another one? Sure, because we can make fabric out of it. What was I looking for? Zeolite? Hasn't produced any silk yet. Wow, I only have one oxygen rocket. Need 15 drone logs. Damn. For the real ending. Okay, well, we'll need to make this 2 bioplastic, 3 silk, and 1 super alloy. Wait, 1 more silk. Oh, it's been 3 hours. I only get phytoplankton A. E3 mutagen fertilizer. Oh, we can get phytoplankton B as well. First fish. Look at that. Fish from nothing. I'll put these fish in here and then I'll probably take a break. It's time for a coffee. I'm back. I need T3 mutagen and fertilizer. Actually, we can get fertilizer from there. Let's just make mutagen. Fertilizer, oxygen. No, we just needed the fertilizer from that. Fertilizer. And then what? What do we need? What else do we need? Oh, that's it. Okay. We need one more fertilizer. Tree bark, fertilizer, super alloy, oxygen. Need oxygen, tree bark. Oxygen, tree bark, super alloy. Need to fertilizer. What is this? Oh, this is an incubator, my bad. I need this, which is circuit boards. I don't know where those are. It only fits in the middle of the room. I'm gonna wait to unlock this at 50 kilograms. Milani fish eggs. Plankton B is good. How close are we? 38. It's about time we go exploring. We just need to raise animals. T2 aquarium at 42 KT. Almost there. We don't have any T5 drills, actually, I see it. But we don't have much super alloy. We could craft super alloy, but we don't have much iron. Because I have not made any drills at all. I've not made any mining drills. Osmium super alloy, iridium. Yeah. Phytoplankton C, T3 fertilizer. We're gonna be running out of sulfur soon. Be nice to have another aquarium. T2, oxygen, super alloy, circuit board. $24. Not bad. $27. We don't have another way of getting animals. Now see, we could raise insects. Insects kinda needs to go up. Insects 224. Insects 570. T2 fabric bioplastic nugget. Zeolite. Let's make a couple of those. T2 fertilizer fabric. We can't even make this. We haven't made any of these. I didn't realize we only had the small ones. This is 1 kg, this is 13 kg. Now that's moving. What is this made out of? Butterflimes is the zeolite. The only thing that's needed to upgrade it is to fabric. We should do that. One, two. We should make 3 of them. Now that's moving. How do I make fabric? Give me the silk and put it up here. Can you reach that other one? Yes, let's go. Actually, maybe you can't. T2 aquariums, here we go. We have tier 1 aquariums already, actually. That means we have tier 1. Oh, the tier 1 is just the ones in the bases. I see. We're almost there. Ooh, look at those fish eggs. We're running out of energy, actually. How do I make pulsar quartz? Phytoplankton ABC, super alloy, T2 fertilizer. Let me see. So let's take T2 fertilizer. Super alloy rods. Let me think. We can get super alloy from the heat generators. Heat and pressure. Heat and pressure. Pressure's not there yet. But what do you need for drills? Super alloy. Super alloy. Super alloy. Where does one get super alloy? Oh well. I want 3 of these. 3 ABC, T2, and circuit board. We get the T1 fertilizer out of these larvae. What now? A, B, and C. A. A, B, C, A, B, C, A, B, C. Hold on. Iron, titanium, silicon. Can hold 3 eggs each. It's at am I losing it? It's at 78, 56. Okay, it does work. with kg of animals per second. A layer of fish eggs. Phytoplankton C T2, and it's a 300% multiplier. How many of those do we legitimately need? One, two, three, 4, 5, 5. Like, realistically, like 6. Which is phytoplankton C, T2, and fertilizer. No, we can't make this. What are we missing? Honey. Um, Where do I put the frogs? Amphibian farm at 425 GTI. Crazy. Okay, animals should be skyrocketing. It's going up a little. I gotta use the restroom and smoke, so. Okay. Osmium, iridium, super alloy. Need 2 of those so I can make super alloy. Fish farm at 5.5. Is at 70. Portal generator soon as well. You know what time it is? It's time to explore. Let's bring 1 food item. And just bring everything back. Technically, I could have the drones bring everything back if I made more of them, so they could travel, because there's a lot of travel time, obviously. Still have that whole big ship to explore as well. Actually, we should go there because apparently there's drones inside. That's what the message said. probably upload this whole VOD to YouTube, but I'll use the YouTube editor to cut everything out. However that works, I'll have to figure it out. Wait, what does this need? Huh? It doesn't say anything about how to open that. Let me see, I'll look it up. It wants 4 fusion cells, similar to the reactors you find in Rex. Four fusion cells? Are you crazy? Can't mark this as a... Maybe if I build my own? I can't. I actually didn't know that's how you opened the reactors in the ships. I had seen them, obviously, in my last playthrough, but I never opened one. How much? Because we need to do that. How do you create a fusion cell? Three pulsar quartz, 2 osmium, and how do you create a pulsar quartz? Zeolite, osmium, iridium, methane. This is... Okay, let's go get some zeolite. It wants 4 fusion cells, so 4 times 3, we need 12 fusion cells. We need 12 zeolite. I grab these explosives. That's enough, but we should grab more. Or we can get out this way. 3 of those, 2 osmium, 1 obsidian. Four of those. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 4, 6, 8. Three, 2, 3. Need 2 more pulsar quartz. Okay, we have that. How many of these do we have? We have 7, we have 8 of those. We need 15 logs. We unlocked fish farms, silk, and bioplastic nuggets. Apparently you're not supposed to hurt these robots or something. Much loot. Well, let's just come back later. With more storage. None of these have drone logs? Are they all circuits? A lot of osmium, a little super alloy. Silk, bioplastic nuggets. $134 animals per second. Two bioplastic, two phyto. Let's make 4 of them. That's 3. Okay. I don't think we have any more of those. Phytoplankton A. Can we make bioplastic nuggets? I need 6 of them. We need 2 times 4. We need 8. Mushroom silicone water bottle. Should be easy enough. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Phytoplankton A. They all need fish eggs. So let's take these. Two. That's 2. $78 animals against that. Yeah, this is way better for the 100%ers. Is making 936 grams of fish per second. That's okay. Oxygen, energy, plants, and insects. Yeah. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to the ship, gather more materials. La di da di da di da. La di da di da di da. Do those fusion cells need to stay in the ship, by the way? They do. That's unfortunate. And of course, there's another one. What do you even get out of this? Does it just turn on the lights? Dude, this ship is huge. Time to go back. What did we get? Rocket engines, fertilizer. Uranium is nice. Yeah, it's okay. The loot's okay. I was hoping for more drone logs. It's fine. We can use everything even if we don't need it. If we have an abundance of it, then we can sell it. We'll go through there after we finish this direction. This room's done. There's an upstairs. Nothing in here. My guess is that these doors actually open when you power the ship on. Not a single drone log? That's like what I need. So we explored the whole place. No frog eggs yet. Do we need to plant different flowers? No, I see the Nolna right there. Those are Nolna flowers. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I had to eat lunch. What else should we do? Go collect more stuff, maybe? Let me actually see, is there something we need to do? Portal generator at 250. Let's make a rocket. Let's make multiple rockets. 6 genetic traits. Osmium rocket engine. What was the last thing? Purple, blue, green, blue, pink, yellow. Purple, blue, green, pink, blue, yellow. Okay, circuit boards, osmium. T3 and T4 mutagen. I want to send 2 rockets, so we have 10, right? We have 9. Nine plus 5. That's enough for two rockets. And for the rockets, we need 6 DNA traits. We need 2 osmium rods, 2 rocket engines, 2 osmium rods, 2 rocket engines, 2 T3 mutagen, right? Or was it tier 4? I think it was tier 4. You can't make it tier 4? How do you make a tier 4? Maybe we just don't have the recipe for it. I guess that's what it is. Yeah, T4 mutagen can be used to create frogs in the incubator. I see. Animals is going way up now, though. I don't know, I guess we just like look around some more. Because realistically, what do we have left? We have amphibians. Then we probably have mammals. Is there a reptiles section? Amphibians would come after, reptiles would come after amphibians. But then after we're done with mammals, that's basically it. More blueprint microchips. It should probably, because it seems like our terraformation index is far behind because we're getting all the frog eggs, but we don't have the frogs. We should make this and this. So super alloy rods, osmium rods, super alloy rods. How much osmium do we have? If not very much osmium. We have not very much super alloy. It's because there's no super alloy cave, that's why Ay. What can we get super alloy out of? What can we get osmium out of? Three osmium, 6 super alloy. These T2s and these of super alloy. It's not really possible. I wish you could buy that stuff. What I need to do is send off a map rocket, a GPS rocket, T4 GPS rocket, 2 super alloy, microchip compass, 2 circuit boards. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that because it could open up. It could show us that there is. Did it say 2 rockets? Microchip compass and maybe 2 circuits. How do I make the microchip compass? Microchip compass, silicon, magnesium, 2 aluminum. Silicon, magnesium, 2 aluminum. I wonder if there's a credits requirement for the Starform ending. Anyway, let me go see if there's drone logs over here, because I feel like they added the drone logs after I started playing, so I don't have any of the ones that were over here. There didn't used to be an ending for this DLC, or specifically a brand new ending. Isn't this where all the robots are? Starting to think it was in a different area. Like over there. Do I not have a map on my person? Realistically, we should have the T3 miner, but even if we had that, we could only get osmium, we couldn't get super alloy. No, I was here last time, there were no robots. Okay, they're over here. Yes, I remember. This is where all the robots are. Oh, drone log? Hold on. that uranium? I don't really need it. It's saying I have to go on top of the arch. It's cobalt? No, don't even waste my time with that. I might have to look up a guide to find all the drone logs. Okay. That's it? Is this not supposed to show me where are the caves? No caves? It's supposed to have a cave indicator, guys. What are you guys doing? You didn't give it a cave indicator? Or maybe it's just that there aren't 0 caves on this map that have resources, but it would definitely show here, like osmium here, zeolite. This is the whole map. They really didn't make this DLC fair. Hey. Need super alloy. It's portal generator. Great. Okay. This is the part of the game that I don't really like. Searching through wrecks to get places. 2 super alloy, 2 chips, 2 micro, 2 energy. Do I even have 2 energy fusion cells? We have 1. God. Ay. Should I keep streaming? I kind of think that's it. We have to sell some fuses to get energy fuses and then make a portal generator. Then we're gonna go start exploring through the places to look for super alloy. Technically we don't need to do it yet because we still have places on the ship, on the planet here that we can find super alloy possibly. But no, I'm done. I'm gonna end stream there. Thank you. Take it easy.